Hello, and welcome to The Blank Potato, where the lines between reality and terror are blurred. This is a place where the darkness consumes all and the unknown whispers secrets in your ear. But don't be afraid, for you are safe here with me. I will guide you through these tales of horror and terror and help you find solace in the shadows. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let yourself be transported to a world where anything is possible and nothing is certain. Sleep well, my friends. The title of this next story is The Volkov Experiment. Did anyone who lived around Seattle in the 90s remember Dr. Volkov's Children's Laboratory? I don't remember the specific town. My mom and I moved around a lot, but I definitely remember Dr. Volkov. And I remember hearing his commercials on the radio. I remember he said he'd give whatever families would let him borrow their kids something like $100,000, which honestly sounds super suspicious. But hey, my mom was a single parent who just needed some cash. I was 8, I think, when she first signed me up, and one of my most vivid memories from this was walking into the lab for the first time. It actually looked pretty fun. It was like a giant playground with slides and swings and anything else a dirty little kid would want to get their hands on. There were 3 other kids there, and we played hide and seek together while our parents chatted and signed some papers. Then, Dr. Volkov came in. He had a very strong accent, which I couldn't place at the time, but I now recognize as Russian. Hello, families. I thank you for giving up your free time to take part in my studies. I assure you, if I am successful with these experiments, we will make history, he said. And the parents gave a polite applause. Us kids caught on too, and gave our cheers, which were not as quiet. Once the parents leave, I will take the children and start my studies. They should be returned to you within the next year, give or take, he said, and the parents murmured to each other. Once again, thank you for your sacrifices. I will see the parents off now. Farewell. Children, say goodbye to mommy and daddy, Dr. Volkov said. We all waved goodbye, except for one girl, who ran up to her dad and hugged him. I wish I had done that now, too. After the parents left, Dr. Volkov turned to us. Hello, little ones. I am so excited to work with you. Now, follow me. We followed him into the lab, which was decidedly less fun than the front of his lab. It was all white, with 5 rooms, with big metal doors decorated the sides of the hallway, one for each kid. There was some strange equipment that I didn't know the names of. There were 4 kids, 3 boys including me, and 1 girl. We introduced ourselves. There was Michael, me, and Dalton, who were both 8. Then there was Cassandra, who was 9, and the oldest, Andrew, was 10. Dr. Volkov explained that we'd still have time to play together, an hour a day, but most of our time was to be spent working on our experiments. Dalton raised his hand. What's the experiment? Dr. Volkov smiled. It looked almost fake. Who here has ever wanted to have superpowers? All 4 of us went ballistic. We all wanted to be heroes. What if I told you that is made possible with us? That's right. Over the course of a year, I will make you 4 into a group of superhumans, each with your own special powers. All of us clapped. This sounded amazing. And with that, we were sent to our rooms. The interior of mine was strange. No toys or posters, or race car beds like the one I had at home. There were a lot of lights though, but a lot of them weren't on for some reason. I was tired, so I lay down in my little bed, decorated with lightning bolts, and went to sleep. The next day, Dr. Volkov taught us more about the experiment. He was going to condition us all to have superpowers, and then make a sort of super team to fight bad guys. We all had different superpowers. I was going to get the power to manipulate energy, which made my room make a whole lot more sense. Dalton would be able to talk to the dead. Cassandra would be immortal, and Andrew was going to gain the strength of a gorilla, which we all thought was hilarious when we first heard it. Our training was to begin immediately, and they sent us all away to separate rooms. I was sat in a large chair where one of Dr. Volkov's assistants named Katya sat with me. "Hello, Michael. How are you? We're going to make you into a superboy. Isn't that exciting? Now, this may hurt a little bit." Without warning, she pulled the lever, and the chair I was sitting on suddenly lit up. I had been shocked by an electric chair and began to cry. "Do not worry, little boy. It will not kill you, but it will make you stronger. Don't you want electricity powers?" I thought about it and even thought it hurt. Electricity powers started to sound really cool. I nodded, and she shocked me again. I cried. And that was my life for the next while. Getting shocked, crying, and getting shocked again. Until one day, maybe 2 or so months later, when they tried something different. "Here, hold this, Michael," Katya said, handing me a metal rod. "This will hopefully conduct enough electricity to go through you and power that light bulb. Put your hand on the light bulb, Michael." I obliged. "Now, ready? 3, 2, 1. She then shocked the rod, which sent electricity through me and into the light bulb. It hurt, but not as much as it should have. Katya smiled and called Dr. Volkov into my laboratory. He was elated. "It worked! It worked, child! See? All the days of training you to be resistant to electricity worked! Now we can continue our experiment. You earned your free time for the day. Go play." It wasn't until then, when I went to play with the other kids, I noticed the changes. We all looked weirder, less normal. Dalton kept on whispering to nobody and wouldn't really talk to us. Andrew looked weirdly buff and kept climbing on things. And Cassandra honestly looked kind of scary. She looked all stitched together, like a rag doll. As Dalton stood by himself, Cassandra and Andrew and I sat and talked. "I don't like these experiments. It's scary," Andrew said. "They keep on giving me shots, and then I have to lift weights. It hurts my arms." I later learned that the shots they were giving him were injecting him with gorilla DNA, which is terrifying to me. "I'm scared too. They keep on hurting me. Every time a part of me dies, they stitch on a new one. See?" Cassandra lifted her skirt, revealing part of her stomach had been stitched back on. "They say that if we do this enough times, I'll be immortal. Did you see what they're doing to Dalton? My room is next to his. I hear it all the time. They make him sit with dead bodies, and then he'll talk to them. It scares him a lot," Andrew said. I looked over to Dalton. He had big circles around his eyes and looked pale and gaunt. I wondered if he had secretly been replaced by one of the dead bodies. That night, something weird happened. I was awoken by a bunch of red flashing lights and alarms. Something was wrong in the laboratory. Katya came and carried me out of bed, and I saw other workers carrying the other kids out of bed too. Everyone except Dalton. We heard a bunch of screaming from another room. As the 3 of us were ushered into our playroom, I held Cassandra's hands, and Andrew stood in front of us, trying to protect us. "I have to join them. They told me." We heard him yell as Dr. Volkov's voice desperately tried to calm him down. Screams, and then silence. For a long time, We slept on the stuffed animals in the playroom that night. We never saw Dalton after that, and his door was boarded up. At the time, I just assumed his mom took him home, but they didn't give us much time to look for him because all of us had more experiments the same day. Michael, did you remember when you did a great job with that experiment and you made the light bulb light up? Well, that was a practice round. Next month, we're going to do the real deal. We're going to put metal plates in your hands to make it so that you can conduct energy even without holding the metal rod. Doesn't that sound great? Katya said. I squirmed in my seat. Yeah, I lied. And we did more training. I will say, the shocks hurt so much less than the first time. It was getting easier. As time went on, things got even more weird. Cassandra and my rooms were right next to each other, so we would see each other a lot. She kept on getting more and more stitched up. One time, while we were playing the playroom, we noticed Andrew wasn't there, which worried us. I heard Dr. Volkov and Andrew's worker, Alexei, talking. They said that he's acting strange, like a monkey. He's climbing everywhere and attacks them if they get too close. He doesn't even talk anymore, Cassandra said, adjusting a stitched piece of skin on her face. Oh, how's your experiment going? I asked. Not very good. They say I'm making progress and that the stuff they're giving me in shots is working. They say it's a chemical that makes people's endurance better. I think that's the word they used, but they still have to stitch me up sometimes. I didn't know if it's really working though. All they've been doing is hitting me with things and cutting me up with things. Not even actually killing me, she said. I looked at her arm. To my surprise, it had been completely sewn back on. That sucks. Mine's not going too good either. I don't even have electric powers yet. I thought I would, I said. This place is getting boring. I'm sick of the playroom. Let's go exploring, Cassandra said, pulling me up from my seat as a stitch fell loose on her arm. I tried to resist, but she was strong. She dragged me through the halls, which were empty. I guess the workers were on their breaks. It was like a maze in there. When we went past the children's ward, aka our ward, we saw a bunch of medical stuff that looked weird. It looked fancy and official. There was a door at the end of the hallway, which Cassandra pulled me into. Inside, we found a bunch of documents. We picked them up and started reading them. The Volkov experiment, she read out loud, conducted to test the limits of the human body and mind, mentally and physically. Subjects: Dalton McDermott, Michael Porter, Cassandra Colombo, and Andrew Scott. That's us. Keep reading, I insisted. Subjects will be repeatedly tortured under the rouse of being trained for greatness. They will be injected with placebo shots, beaten, electrocuted, forced to endure heavy physical activities, and locked in rooms with dead bodies. This experiment will test the theory formed by Dr. Dmitry Volkov, that if children are subjected to torture while under the assumption the results will be positive, along with being given positive reinforcement from mentors, they will experience less or different traumatic responses to said torture. We looked at each other. So you mean we're not superheroes? I asked. Tears formed in Cassandra's eyes, and we heard footsteps somewhere in the hallway. We'd better be going, she said, grabbing my hands as more stitches fell loose in her arms. We raced down the hall and back into the playroom just as Katya walked in. Bedtime, children, she said, and she took us to our rooms where she tucked me into bed. I didn't sleep that night at all. The next day is when all hell broke loose. During free time, Cassandra and I decided to check on Andrew, who hadn't left his room in days. Andrew? Hello? We said, opening the unlocked door. What I saw in there will haunt me for the rest of my life. He was going, no pun intended, apeshit, climbing on the walls of his room. His eyes were glazed, like he had no idea what was going on. He wasn't even talking, just grunting and screaming. We ran to get an attendant. "Katya, Andrew's crazy. The gorilla DNA you put in him was working," I said, and Katya ran to hide us in the playroom. Andrew had escaped his room. Cassandra and I pressed our ears to the door, trying to listen in. "Subject 4 is reacting poorly to the gorilla DNA, Dr. Volkov," Katya reported as they tried to track down Andrew. No, impossible," Dr. Volkov said. "We didn't give him any gorilla DNA. It was a placebo," he said. And even though at that age, I didn't know what a placebo was, Cassandra and I still looked at each other in shock. "That's fascinating. Let me write this down," we heard him say. "No, Dr. Volkov, there's no time. There is a breach in his room. He is somewhere in the building," Katya said, panicked. No, let me... Dr. Volkov, subject 2 and 3 are in danger, and so are we. There is no time. It won't take Dr. Volkov." Suddenly, we heard screaming and running and chaos. I guess Andrew had found them. When everything was quiet, Cassandra carefully opened the door to the playroom. Dr. Volkov and Katya, or at least what remained of them, were lying on the floor in a mess of blood. Andrew in the corner, hyperventilating. He turned around and rushed towards us. Cassandra screamed, but he stopped in front of us. "Andrew?" I said shakily, not even expecting him to say anything. "Go, you're free," he hissed, and Cassandra and I stood there in shock. "Are you stupid? They're coming. Go before they get you," he said, and only then we did notice the men in biohazard suits running towards us. Cassandra and I ran and ran until we found the exit into the playground at the front of the building. We heard gunshots behind us and Andrew's screams, but we didn't care. All we could do was run out the door, out of the hellhole we had been in for months. We waited outside the door for a while, waiting for Andrew to come out after us, but he never did. That was the last I saw of the Volkov experiment. No documents were ever published, no police reports, nothing. Cassandra and I went our separate ways, back to our families, and soon, Mom and I moved towns. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamt the whole thing. But last week at the coffee shop, I saw a girl with strange stitches up and down her body, and she left with her drink. We made eye contact, and I knew she recognized me too. I guess some things you just can't make up. The title of this next story is The Bus. For context, I'm a middle-aged man who lives on the outskirts of Parbold, a small English village. My house is the only one on a long, winding country road, but it does have a bus stop. From my bedroom window, I can see it on the other side of the road. It's quite handy, really. I never miss the morning bus to work, and I know the schedule off by heart. That's why I was bewildered when I first noticed the 3:17 a.m. bus on Saturday 14th of October. It woke me up, actually. I'm a light sleeper. I sat upright in my bed, twisted my body around, propped myself up on my knees, and gingerly inched the curtains open. The old lamppost on my road illuminated an ominous, full gray, non-branded, single-decker bus. There was no interior lighting. I couldn't see a driver or any passengers. Now, this was obviously bizarre. Buses don't show up at this time in the morning. Not in this country. Not in any town or city I know. Anyway, still, I assumed, as any person would, the times were changing. It seemed like a good idea. A bus for those who've missed the last train home after a night out, perhaps? That still didn't entirely make sense, because very few people use my bus stop. It's a 10-minute walk from here to anywhere. I checked the schedule. Nothing. There was a bus at 11:07 p.m. on Friday evening, and there shouldn't have been another one until 6:05 a.m. on Saturday morning. I watched the vehicle pull away and considered, perhaps, that it wasn't a public bus. Maybe it was a hired coach. That seemed like a reasonable explanation. I put it out of my mind and went back to sleep. However, it returned the next morning, and it continued to do so for weeks. Again, I checked the schedule. Still no mention of a 3:17 a.m. bus. I called the council, and they assured me that it wasn't a public bus. They said that I could contact the local authorities to report any suspicious activity, so I rang the police. They didn't care. They passed me over to some civil department with a forgettable name, and that department passed me over to another department. Nobody was concerned. It became clear that each person I contacted just wanted me to tire of the whole thing and stop bothering them. I gave up on seeking help, but I didn't give up on my quest for an answer. I started making notes. The bus always arrived at exactly 3:17 a.m. It would linger for approximately 30 seconds. Nobody ever boarded or departed the vehicle. I took a picture of it and posted it on various forums. Nobody could identify the origin of the faceless gray bus. But one comment did stand out. I remember a user telling me that I should sell my house and move. They said that the bus was there for me. Most importantly, they said that I shouldn't, under any circumstances, board it. That seemed like a rather obvious piece of advice. I wasn't planning on boarding a sketchy, unlisted bus in the pitch black hours of the morning, but everything changed on November 20th. The bus arrived on time, 3:17 a.m. I knelt on my bed and peeked at it through the curtain as it rounded the corner. Something was different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Once the vehicle had rolled to a complete stop, I heard it. Somebody on the bus was screaming. I froze. I didn't know what to do. Silence followed, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. I knew I'd heard that scream. I watched the bus and waited. 30 seconds passed. A lot of time passed when I finally peeled my eyes from the road to check my phone. It was 3:29 a.m. The bus hadn't moved. The world outside was still eerily quiet. I reattached myself to reality and started dialing 999. The call kept failing, and then I saw that I had no signal. None. I usually had signal at the house. I was freaking out, so I got up to turn on my bedroom light. Nothing. I flicked the switch back and forth. No power. The story was the same throughout the house. I was about to head to the fuse box, but I looked out my living room window to see a blackened world. The lamppost was dead. It had to be a power cut. That was when I finally understood, for the first time in my 10 years of solitary living, that I was truly isolated. I had no neighbors, no friends, no family. I was all alone. The gravity of the situation dawned on me. I would have to leave the house. My self-preservation instinct was to stay indoors, but I couldn't ignore the disembodied scream that had echoed through the night. I knew it had come from the bus. I knew I couldn't live with myself if I were to dismiss it. Armed with a winter coat and a wind-up torch, I bravely ventured into the night, locking my door behind me. I tentatively strolled down my front path, stopping at the gate to cast the torchlight onto the other side of the road. It revealed the gray, stationary, seemingly abandoned bus. There were no signs of life. Everything was so quiet. I swore to myself that I could hear my heartbeat in my eardrums. I swung the creaky gate open and began to cross the road, futilely attempting to steady my quaking knees. My torch wobbled in my shaky left hand, so I clasped my ribs with my right hand. I shone the light into the windows of the parked vehicle. There was definitely no driver, but it was an elevated coach, so I couldn't see whether there were any passengers. I walked around the front of the vehicle, summoning the courage to enter it. When I reached the other side of the bus, I stood still. I tried to control my breathing. I eyed the doors for what seemed an eternity, and then I felt my entire body clench. The doors opened. My torchlight still wasn't revealing a driver. I couldn't see or hear anyone. I thought, for a brief moment, of that internet stranger who told me not to board the bus. But I couldn't get the scream out of my head. My gut told me that somebody was in danger. I stepped onto the bus and started to climb the stairs. The doors closed. I held the torch before me, as if it were a weapon, and I gradually climbed the next set of stairs to the elevated passenger platform. I spent several seconds on each step, savoring what I felt could be my final moments on Earth. Then, I illuminated the passenger area before me. I half expected to see nothing. No, there was somebody on the bus. The young girl was sitting on the middle seat of the back row. Her head was in her palms. She was crying. I couldn't see her face. "Are you okay?" I asked timidly. No answer. So, I started to walk forwards. I didn't know whether there was anyone else on board, but I couldn't leave her. Once I was standing only a few yards in front of her, I knelt down in the aisle. "Are you okay?" I asked a second time. The girl's crying abruptly ceased, but she didn't lift her head from her hands. "You shouldn't have boarded the bus," she replied. My torch died. I furiously wound the lever at the side, but it didn't spring back to life. The girl and I had been plunged into darkness. Then, I heard the bus doors open. I slowly turned my head to face the front of the bus. I could hear the sound of low, guttural breathing. It was followed by clunking footsteps. Dim moonlight shone through the front window, but it was sufficient to display a hulking figure at the other end of the aisle. A black specter with gangly limbs was moving towards us. He was hunched forward, and his elongated arms dragged along the tops of the seat. He was too tall and too wide to fit in the aisle. I turned to face the girl. She had lifted her head from her hands. I could barely see her. I could barely hear her. "This is the last stop," she whispered. "I was really hoping you wouldn't board. I wanted more time." Before I could even comprehend what was happening, I felt an icy limb coil itself around my ankle. It yanked, and I fell. My nose connected with the floor of the aisle, and I heard something crack. I thought that was it. I thought that was the end. But I looked up to see the demonic creature coil its other limb around the girl's neck. It hoisted from her seat. She screamed as she was lifted towards the indistinguishable figure in the aisle. I couldn't really see what happened in the darkness, but I'll never forget the sound her body made when it was consumed by the black entity. It sounded like leaves crunching beneath walking boots. I had almost entirely lost my sense of reality at this point, but some vestige of survival instinct persisted in my fractured mind. I twisted onto my back and looked down at my ankle. I couldn't really see what I was doing in the dark. I just knew I had to act. So, with my free foot, I stamped on the creature's limb. I stamped as hard as humanly possible. The demon, which had been devouring the poor girl, unleashing an inhuman wail, it pierced my eardrums and shattered every window on the bus. The limb retracted from my ankle and returned to the shadowy being. I seized my opportunity, catapulting to my feet. I spun around and lunged for the now glassless back window of the bus, clinging to the frame of the window for dear life. I took one last look at the dark entity that was hurtling towards me. Then, I dropped to my feet on the road. I sprinted away from the bus. Adrenaline fueled me onwards. I didn't look back. I just kept running. At the speed I traveled, I think it only took me a few minutes to reach the warm and welcoming lights of civilization. I looked at my phone and cried when I saw that I had service. I booked a taxi. I wanted the farthest possible destination. I chose Manchester. Then I took the far train to London. For the past couple of weeks, I've been living in a hotel. I know I was a little late, but I finally took the advice of that online stranger. I moved away. I moved far away. I don't go outside at night, and I definitely don't look out of the window after 3 a.m. The title of this next story is The Gift. My wife Mercedes travels a few times a year for business, and she'd always bring me back a souvenir of some sort. A corny t-shirt, a magnet, a keychain. But on this last trip, she brought back something else entirely, and it's ruined our marriage, if not our lives. We've been together for almost 2 decades, but our routine after she returned from a trip was always the same. I'd meet her at the airport, she'd text when she landed, and give me a running hug in the baggage claim. I tried to help her with the bag, which she always refused, even when it weighed more than she does. We'd share everything we did in our days apart, from the exciting to the mundane. This last time was different. She'd call me the night before her flight. We exchanged the normal "I love yous," but that was the last normal thing that's occurred in my life since. She never texted me that she made it in. I was at the baggage claim. People had already gathered. Bags were coming out, but Mercedes just wasn't there. I waited. I texted. I called. Nothing. With every moment that went by, I grew more and more worried. At first, I wondered if she'd never actually made it to the airport, but saw her baby blue suitcase slowly circle by. Unsure of what else to do, I kept calling, until I finally heard her ringtone coming from nearby, audible over the conversations and whirring of machinery now that most people had cleared out. That's when I noticed her for the first time. She'd been on the other side of the machine the entire time. She was unrecognizable. As I approached her, she looked past me, as if I were a stranger. Her hair was messy and matted to her face. Her clothes were stained, and she had rough and jagged cuts at the corners of her mouth. Bruises beginning to bloom across her jaw. She stared emotionlessly into the distance as her bag passed by us multiple times. Didn't even comment when I finally grabbed it. In the privacy of our car, I tried to ask her if she was okay, what had happened. Clearly, something was wrong. But on her end, the ride home was silent, pierced only by a wet-sounding cough she developed. For a while, after we returned home, she seemed better and more like herself. There would be those rough moments when she'd fall back into that confused and disheveled state, but they were brief. As time went on, though, the lapses became longer. We'd be mid-conversation, she'd be mid-laugh when her face would go slack. She was gone again. Eventually, she'd wander around as if lost in her own home. She would forget where she was and who I was. I'd never seen her stare up the ceiling for hours at a time. She stopped eating, but she still looked healthy enough. I called our doctor, and he was as concerned as I was, but she absolutely refused to go see him. Every few nights since she's been home, like clockwork, Mercedes leaves the house and slides out into the darkness. Anytime I would bring it up, if she was even aware enough to register my words, it'd result in an argument. She still straight up denies that she's even leaving at all. But our video doorbell says otherwise, and that terrifies me because of the deaths that have begun plaguing our town. The first body was found 2 weeks ago. My buddy Ron's wife is a police officer and told me he heard it almost looked like an animal attack based on the sheer brutality. It wasn't long before the old Mercedes, my Mercedes, was gone entirely. She'd have the occasional moment where she seemed to recognize me, but there was no longer any of her gentleness or humor left behind those eyes. Instead, in their rare moments of clarity, I felt as if observed by a predator calculating their next move. Not long after, her boss called the house because she has stopped showing up to work entirely. It sounded like she wasn't the only one of her coworkers to do so. Since then, she's gotten only worse. On top of her deteriorating psychological state, her physical health hasn't improved either. In fact, she's began coughing up concerning things, like writhing long strips of something, and bits of cloth and hair, and teeth. I don't think they were her own either. I think I finally found out where she's going and who she's with, and it's worse than I ever could have imagined. About a week ago, I awoke gasping, struggling to catch my breath. Mercedes was kneeling on my chest, prying my mouth open with both hands with such ferocity that I kept expecting to hear a sickening crack. She stared at me with a purposeful and intense focus, eyes wild and dilated, only inches from my own. I remember feeling waves of searing pain, almost as if something was boring its way through my soft palate. I tried telling myself it was just a vivid nightmare, but my jaw ached so much the next morning, and I've developed a headache since then that still hasn't gone away. Our marriage has been falling apart, and the situation in town has gone from bad to worse too. They found another body in the park near our home just a few days ago. Ron told me he heard that they'd ruled out a robbery. The victim was still wearing her diamond earrings, well, one at least, on the half of her head that wasn't missing, and clutching a purse that was full of cash. I'm starting to wonder if they'll even solve any of these cases. The last time I saw Ron's wife in town, in a departure from her usual friendly nature, she walked right past me with a now familiar look of detached vacancy on her face. If that weren't bad enough, I don't even have my health. I think whatever Mercedes has, I've caught it too. I can't shake the feeling that there's something wet lodged deep within my lungs that I can't get out. Sometimes, I even swear it feels like it's moving. The coughing, coupled with the searing pain at the base of my skull, has made the past week unbearable. According to our doorbell footage, I've recently joined Mercedes when she leaves at night, but I don't remember a single moment of it. I realize I'm losing track of hours at a time. Our daughter, Fallon, came home for a few days during spring break recently. I could have sworn I told her not to come, that her mom and I were sick, and I didn't want her to catch it. But she told me I called non-stop, and that I actually begged her to come home and see us. Before she went back to her shared dorm room, she had begun acting oddly, walking around looking dazed, and started to develop the same cough as her mom and I. Now that I think I've found out what my wife is doing at night, I'm terrified of the thought of what will happen now that my daughter has just returned to a college campus packed with people. There's something else that scares me too, that I haven't told anyone else. This morning, I finally thought I was getting better when I managed to cough something up. But then, I saw what it was. Long, squirming things, and a single ornate diamond stud earring. I know something is terribly wrong, but I don't know what to do about it. The title of this next story is I Wasn't Home. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I was out at a bar, about 3.5 cosmopolitans deep, tipsy, maybe somewhat pickled, but not totally gone. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I had one new text from my downstairs neighbor, who texted me very seldomly. "Could you quit stumping around up there, please? It's very late." I sensed the aggression in her tone. One time, I held a messy party on a Wednesday night and actually received a noise complaint from my landlord, whom she had spilled the beans to. Since then, I was cautious not to be too noisy. I stepped lightly. I told any guests to leave at a reasonable time. This was odd though, considering the fact that I wasn't even home. In fact, the bar I was in was about 4 cities over from my apartment anyway. I wasn't even in town. "What do you mean?" I texted back. "I'm not home." My phone buzzed again before I even had time to fully put it away in my pocket. "I can hear you up there, and whoever else is with you, please, it is very late, and I'm trying to sleep." At this point, I slipped away from my friend group, all dancing, drinking, and partying, and headed outside. All the smokers were outside. I just hoped none of the men made any unsolicited remarks on my body while I was out there. There just seems to be something about a group of drunk men versus an unaccompanied tipsy woman. It's like they can't help themselves. They just have to say something. I heard a whistle from behind me. I walked a little further to get away from them and heard a "Hey, sexy," from behind me. I dared not respond with even a look in their direction. The task at hand was to call my neighbor. Hopefully, I wouldn't come across as totally delirious. Just for a little while at least, I had to mask the subtle drunkenness. She answered the phone within seconds of me dialing. "Hey," I said. "Could you just please quiet down?" she said, obviously frustrated and exhausted. "I'm telling you, really, I'm not home." "Okay then, who is? 'Cause clearly someone is stomping around up there." "No one, seriously. I left earlier today and will be back tomorrow. I can completely assure you the place is empty." I could tell she didn't believe me. "Here," I said. "Just FaceTime me for a second." "Fine," she replied. She joined the FaceTime call, and I showed her my surroundings. I gave her a look that said, "See?" I think she was probably in bed. It was too dark, where she was to actually get a clear look at her face. "Oh," she said, her voice reflecting that she suddenly believed me. "You're sure no one is up there while you're away?" "I'm sure, really, no one is up there. Maybe you're hearing the next suite over or something." "Maybe," she said. "Have a good night." "You too," I told her, my tone annoyed with her pestering. We hung up. I walked back by the smokers and let myself back into the bar. I ignored any subsequent catcalling as I did so. It took a second to find my friends again. The music was loud and the lights were flashing. Once they saw me, I saw their hands go up. I waved back enthusiastically and rejoined the group. We continued dancing and drinking the night away. Hours later, we all fell sloppily into our hotel room in a drunken pile. We slept until our wake-up alarm in the morning. After a complimentary breakfast at the hotel, we hit the road. I was last to be dropped off. My chauffeur of a best friend pulled up to my apartment, ensuring we'd do that again sometime and have nights out more frequently. We said our goodbyes, and she drove away as my key opened the main doors. Next, I let myself into my suite on the 4th floor, good old 412. And I walked into such disaster and disarray that I stepped back outside to make sure I had entered the correct suite. There, on the door, in gold lettering, were the numbers 412. Yup, I was home. I flicked on the light and carefully explored my now unfamiliar surroundings. Dishes and cups had fallen to the floor and smashed, raining shards of glass all over. Two knives stuck into the wall right beside where my family portrait hung, which looked like it had been scribbled over with Sharpie. Blankets and pillows in the living area had an assortment of goo on them that I was afraid to touch. But I noticed it gave off a metallic smell. I explored further, eyes bulging and muscles tensed. In the bathroom, the sink was plugged with a pair of my socks and filled with water. I found 3 more pairs of socks in the toilet and 2 in the garbage. In my bedroom, the final area I had to search, more of that weird goo littered my bed, some of it dripping onto the floor and becoming crusty in the carpet. My socks and underwear drawer had obviously been rifled through. I had about $250 of my cash and currency kept in my room as well. It was always stored safely in my bedside table, which had a lock on it. I found the cash in my sock drawer. The cash had obviously been moved, but none of it was taken. In a panic, I called my downstairs neighbor again. "Hello?" She answered. "What did you hear last night? What did it sound like?" "Someone has been in my suite." There was a pause of silence before she spoke again. "Huh?" she asked. "Last night, when you said there were noises coming from a suite." Again, a pause. Then she spoke. "I didn't hear anything last night. Sorry to be unable to help, but I've been away on a vacation for the past week. I don't get back until Thursday. So, I really can't help you out here. Sorry." I ran my hand through my hair. I felt disoriented in a way that no amount of alcohol has never made me feel. "No," I said. "You called me last night." "I assure you, I did not. Look, I gotta go. I'm sorry you were robbed or whatever, but I'm a 4-hour plane ride away. I can't help." Completely confused, I managed to stutter a quick, "Oh, okay," before I heard her hang up the phone. Suddenly, I felt something fall onto my head. It was a sock. The title of this next story is Don't Read This in Public. Don't read it on a computer or an iPad or any large screen for that matter. Even if you live alone, don't sit with your back facing a larger room if someone or something was particularly good at hiding. Slender, quiet, and quick, they could easily be in the same room as you, peering in through a window or tucked behind the furniture. Ideally, read it on your phone, lying on your back, with the screen no less than 6 inches away from your face. Please keep the lights on. It makes it harder for them to get close to you. Think about whether you heard something out of the ordinary in the last few hours, such as a creak in the floorboards, the knock of something bumping into furniture, or a door inexplicably opening or shutting. If you have, please close Reddit and stop reading. There is a good chance something is watching you. I live in Auckland, New Zealand. Me and my girlfriend live in unit accommodation in the city. I lost contact with my high school friends, so practically my entire friend group lives in the same building. The uni dorms are very large, very full, and, unsurprisingly, very loud. It's common to see and hear drunk students and party guests throughout the halls at night. You begin to tune it out over time and stop paying attention. Perhaps that's why they were less careful around us. Anyway, orientation week was coming up, and my mates and I thought it would be a good night to go out clubbing. I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but all the nightclubs here treat orientation like it's Christmas. Toga parties, angel and devil nights, the whole lot. The rest of my group chat hardly ever even replies to messages like this, but I can always count on Ethan and Andre to come out to town. So, last Wednesday, we headed to Sapphire. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Sapphire. It's always too crowded, and there's no seating whatsoever. But Andre was set on going to this gig tonight. so me and Ethan kind of just followed. We got into the club with no problem, as we had only a few pre-drinks. I thought I saw someone come in front of us as the bouncer was checking our IDs, but they couldn't have. There was another bouncer on the other side who didn't seem to see anything, so I didn't really react to it. Andre went off to mosh, while me and Ethan went to order drinks. Ethan orders a beer. I order a Jaeger bomb. Just as the bartender hands me my drink, I hear Ethan's voice next to me. Is that a dude staring at us? I paid no attention to Ethan. I didn't even look around, as I was too busy paying the bartender. I didn't really even take in his words because I was too busy wondering how a shot of Jaeger and Red Bull could combine to cost $12. But before I could reply, a full bottle of beer shattered around my feet. Ethan's beer. I flicked around to see what had happened. Ethan wasn't stupid, and he wasn't drunk. Had someone knocked it out of his hand? But Ethan was gone. At first, I assumed he had just headed to the mosh pit to hang out with Andre, but then the bartender spoke up. Did you see that? She laughed before looking around confused. See what? I replied, a bit bewildered by the whole situation. She replied, I swear I just saw someone run into your mate. I looked behind me, looked at the ground. No Ethan to be seen. Looking at the floor, I think I remember a pair of legs sprinting past me, but I was focused on looking for Ethan, so I didn't really register them or react to them. Confused, I looked up at the bartender. She was gone as well? Where had she gone? There was another customer behind me in the line, and she was the only one behind the bar, till so she wouldn't just leave her post like that. I was beginning to get freaked out. I pushed my way to the mosh pit to Andre. Maybe Ethan was with him. Andre was in his own world, dancing in the mosh pit. He was focused on the DJ, focused on the girls, focused on dancing, along with everyone. As far as I can tell, no one but me even saw what was standing behind him. I can tell you what I saw for reasons I'll explain later, but trust me when I say, this thing was not human. Although, yeah, human enough that it could almost blend into a crowd like this. Almost. I was about to call out, to scream or point, to call security to signal to Andre to run. Thank God I didn't, because as soon as that creature turned around to face me, everything clicked. Ethan tried to point something out to me, and then he vanished. The bartender called out his attacker, and she vanished too. Yet, Andre and everyone around him were minding their own business, and they were fine. As it turned around to face me, its hideous features burned into the back of my eyelid. I calmly brought out my phone and began texting my girlfriend. I'm coming home. Do not text me. Keep the doors locked until I arrive. I'll explain everything when I get there. I turned around as calmly as I could and walked away. I walked up the stairs and turned up the road. I heard the side door open. I did not react. I heard footsteps scuttling behind me. I did not turn around. Then Andre's voice. Yo, Cody, where are you going? I prayed to whoever was listening that the creature was well hidden again, that Andre would not see it tailing me. I almost broke down. I wanted to scream at him, to leave, but I just couldn't. So I continued walking. Then he said, Who's that with you? As far as I could tell, those were his last words. I walked to the halls. I wanted to cry, but this thing was still sussing me out. I wanted to break down in tears, but I knew what would happen if I registered this thing's existence. I started to wonder if leading this thing home was even the smart thing to do, but I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to curl up in bed and stay under the covers until whatever this thing was decided I was deaf or blind or stupid enough to leave alone. I unlocked the gate. It clambered over the wall. I got in the elevator. It got in with me. The whole ride, it was towering over me, staring at me, wondering how I hadn't noticed it yet. I walked to my apartment and knocked on my door. My girlfriend called out to me. The second she yelled out, the creature vanished, sprinting away at an unnatural speed down the hallway and ducking behind what I think was a bin. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I called out to my girlfriend, who impishly opened the door, clearly terrified by my text. The thing was very well hidden, yet the hallway had very little cover. Whatever this thing was, it could conceal itself very well. Not that it mattered, because my girlfriend opened the door. I saw it. The creature's face pressed up against the window behind her, watching me. But it was different. The features were slightly screwed, slightly changed. The daunting realization hit me that no doors had opened in the hallway, and we were 6 stories up. This was not the same creature. As my girlfriend turned around, the face at the window ducked out of sight. She turned back to me. It rose back up. The face could switch from pressing its face against the window to vanishing beneath it with such seamless efficiency. I had to remind myself I couldn't allow myself to be mesmerized by its movements. My girlfriend was being watched, but she would never have any idea. Had it been here all night? All week? How long had this thing been here, pressing its monstrous face against the window, and yet somehow staying out of sight? I quietly explained to her what had happened, starting by explaining that she couldn't react to what I said no matter what. Then, explaining the creature's details, what it looked like. Maybe it was stupid, but I had never been more stressed and confused in my life, and I just wanted someone to talk to. She calmly gulped. A tear rolled down her face. She wandered over to the cupboard and started sifting through papers. I wondered if she even believed me, or whether she was just taking my act natural advice very seriously. But then, she pulled out the drawing. A child's drawing. Her childhood drawing. A young girl, surrounded by at least half a dozen tall, inhuman figures. I didn't get a good look. 1 second she was there in the hallway. The next, I couldn't even recognize her corpse. A third creature stood in her place. Her lifeless body, broken and bloodied on the carpet. Her arms and legs were mangled and twisted like broken twigs. Her face, unidentifiable. If you were hoping to get a proper description of these things, I'm sorry. Now you know why that isn't going to happen. I would rather die than allow someone to recreate that drawing. God forbid someone ever posts a sketch of this thing on the internet. Terror doesn't even begin to describe what I was feeling. Face to face finally with this thing. But it got worse when I heard the window shatter and the door break down. All 3 creatures standing in my dining room, staring down at me as I sat, staring at my girlfriend's mutilated corpse. The creatures stood and waited and waited and waited until, finally, I stood up, walking over to the fridge, took out a beer, sat right back down in my chair, and drank it calmly. I don't know what kind of primal willpower I had in that moment, what kind of drive or mental strength I had during the worst minutes of my life. But after I did, the creatures left. In the blink of an eye, the body had been removed and the blood was cleaned up. A few days later, I was called into the station to help clear the air about my missing friends. I told them very little. Ethan, Andre, and my girlfriend have all gone down among ever-growing list of missing people. I wonder how many others are missing for the same reason. How many innocent people are in jail, blamed for this monster's crimes. I needed to make this post. I need to let people know they no longer hide from me. They are everywhere. You can possibly comprehend how many you walk past every day, how many are watching you as you drive to work. You have no idea how many dark corners they lurk in, how many windows they stand outside. You haven't seen many roofs they cling to, the crowds they stand among. If you share this to your loved ones, make sure they read it lying down, reminded to read it on a phone, and tell them to hold the phone no less than 6 inches from their face. Because more often than not, you are not alone. The title of this next story is Behind You. I've only been driving for a year. I have never had to replace a broken part in my car. I have never even had my car break down. I've only ever changed my wiper fluid and filled my car up with gas. I mean, tonight was like any other night. I was doing my regular routine of going to the gym, stopping at a gas station to grab a protein shake, and heading home to play video games. I take this dark, rural road to get home from the gym. Aside from one intersection with a flashing red light and the odd house, the road is bleak and empty. I was on my way home, listening to music, when my car died. It was instant. Everything went dark. I was confused. I thought that my engine would at least start to sputter before my car died. I ended up calling my brother to let him know that I needed to jump and that he'd be here in 10 minutes. I decided, out of fear of animals, that I would lock myself in my car and distract myself on my phone until my brother arrived. I looked around at the darkness surrounding me. It was creepy. It was like I was in a tub of black paint, not a speck of light in sight. Not long after starting to watch a video on my phone, I heard a light tapping sound coming from my roof. Tap, tap, tap. Now, I thought it could be some sort of tree branch tapping my car, as I was right beside the entrance to a forest with overhanging trees. But that is when I realized the tapping was more methodical. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. I wondered if maybe an animal had gotten to my roof and decided to turn on my phone's flashlight and open my door to check my roof. And sure enough, it was empty. What made me feel uneasy though was that none of the trees near my car could reach the roof of it. I sat back into my car when I decided to call my brother to see where he was. I'm 5 minutes away, man. Stop calling me. I hung up and opened Instagram and started scrolling. As time went on, I realized it had been 30 minutes since I called him. I decided to call him again, and I got the same answer. I'm 5 minutes away, man. Stop calling me. Before I could even ask anything else, he had hung up. This couldn't be possible. It was 10 minutes from my house to this location, and he'd been driving for nearly 45 minutes. My brother is normally lazy, but he wouldn't lie about having left the house when I'm in a situation like this. That's when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time, it sounded like it was on the window. And so, I scanned the windows and saw nothing. That was until I checked the rearview mirror. A dark figure filled the glass, and shining my phone's flashlight on it revealed its horrible features. Pale skin, milky white eyes devoid of any color, boasting an ear-to-ear smile. I let out a scream, and that's when it disappeared from my back windshield. I called my brother a third time and yelled, "Where the fuck are you?" "I'm 5 minutes away, man. Stop calling me." And the phone hung up. I realized that the expression was the same each time. I decided to call back again, but this time look at my phone. And to my surprise, when I clicked call under my brother's contact name, And that's when I realized what my phone said. Call failed. And I heard it. I'm 5 minutes away, man. Stop calling me. I realized though, it wasn't coming from my phone, but I was actually hearing it in my ear. I slowly turned around, and that's when I saw it. This, this thing behind me, staring me in the eyes with a blood-curdling smile. He then repeated it in my brother's voice. I'm here. I gripped the door handle and shoved it open, falling into the road. It was just then when the darkness disappeared and was taken over by light. I looked towards the light source and saw my brother's car pulling up behind mine. I could hear my heartbeat thumping in my ears as my vision came in and out, a vignette surrounding what I could see. What the fuck are you doing? He said, getting out of his car laughing. What? I screamed, looking into my backseat. It was empty. What's wrong? My brother asked, more serious now. There was something in my back seat, I said, panicking. My brother retreated to his car and grabbed his gun from his glove box. I checked my phone, and to my dismay, it was only 10 minutes after I called him, and there was only one call in my call history. Just at that time, my brother's car turned off, the darkness coming back. What the fuck? I heard him say. He flashed his phone flashlight on my back windshield. A smiling face, drawn crudely in a thick red substance I could assume was blood, and small writing underneath reading, Behind You. The title of this next story is My Childhood Town Isn't on Any Map. Sonder, a word used to describe the profound feeling of realizing every stranger around you has a life as complex and important as your own. It's also the name of the town I grew up in. Sonder lies on the eastern coast of the UK, on the north side of England. If you reach Scotland, you've gone too far. But if you're in Scarborough, you've not gone far enough. It sits somewhere between there, though I don't think anyone could be more specific. You see, you can't find it on any map, printed or digital, new or old, color-coded or satellite imagery. There is no sign of this town existing at all. If you pay enough attention online, you'll find the odd few people mentioning the place, like this that you're reading right now, like a whisper passing by in a busy place. You only know it's there if you're looking for it. Yet, to a vast majority of the world, Sonder is just a word. I was born there and raised within its confines. I moved away at 15, about 10 years ago. It was a peaceful seaside village, the type where everyone knows each other, the type where when someone hosts a get-together, all residents are invited. It was a close-knit community. I still remember it with mostly fond memories, the waves lapping onto the sand all through the night, the cobbled streets scorching your bare feet as you walked back from the beach on a summer's day, the dark woods that overlooked the town from High Hill. High Hill is what we call it, the hill that stood next to Sonder. It blocked any chance of a view to other towns or cities. We resided in a valley at the edge of the sea, and whilst we liked it there, it felt very secluded. The town had a few small businesses. My favorite was Uncle Pete's Pizza. Everyone called him Uncle Pete, although he wasn't actually anybody's uncle. But his pizza place was perfectly between our home and my mom's pub. Every Friday, she would pick up a pizza on the way home. Absolutely no exceptions. Me and my older brother, Jacob, were always excited for this. Much of the town had been there for generations, the population naturally getting smaller as more and more of it became family. But a few people would move there every now and then. All of them found the town in the same way, a leaflet coming through the letterbox while searching for somewhere to move to. Every single time, the same story. They were driven here by a house moving service, I guess with no directions or map. It would be difficult to make your own way here. They were lovely. They really helped us, they would always say. Nobody ever really seemed to question it much. I mean, it's not like we were trapped. We could leave whenever we wanted. Make no mistake, Sonder was no prison. It didn't even feel like one. It's just difficult to find, and leaving just felt icky, like you shouldn't do it. As the internet became mainstream, it became more and more obvious to people that the town was so hard to find. Suddenly, people had friends from outside of Sonder, but they could never visit because they could never seem to find their way in. GPS signal was weak, and opening any app on your phone that tracked your location wouldn't pinpoint you. One truly odd thing about Sonder was the appliances. All of them had the same logo on somewhere, the letter V in a circle. Since leaving, I've tried to research this company, but to no avail. The moving company that people arrived in also had this logo on their vans. The town had its issues, none more known than the scream singers. At night, if you listen hard enough, you could hear them. A chilling, soft sound. It was almost like a distant scream, yet more melodic. Something enchanting, yet fills you with dread. Nobody ever saw them, but someone in the town would go missing every now and then, maybe once or twice a year. Someone lived alone and had been seen in a few days before anyone realized. Some were cuddled up to their partner in bed, only for their partner to wake up with no longer in their arms. The only thing they had in common is that there was never any sign of entry or struggle. My entire life, I've known the echoes over the valley to mean trouble. But my mother used to tell me stories of when the townsfolk thought they meant hope, a simpler time. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly when people made the connection between the disappearances and the whistles of the night, but they would always start a few weeks before a disappearance and stop the night after someone had gone missing. This had always intrigued me, but not as much as it did my brother. Jacob found it fascinating. Perhaps because he had never had someone close to him taken and didn't understand the pain. To him, it was just a mystery wrapped in questions. Some believed the scream singers to be the ones taking these people. Some believed their calls to be a warning that something darker is coming. Whatever people believed their intentions to be, everyone knew that their somber singing over Sonder was only bad news. My fond memories of the town became clouded when the trauma of my final few days there enters my mind again. Years of therapy have helped me cope, but I feel talking about it publicly is the final thing that may bring me peace. As far as I know, I am the only person to have seen a scream singer, or at least the one living person. It was the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the 21st of June. Sonder has always held a small festival on this day. It dated back almost a century at the time, being the 97th consecutive solstice celebration. The festival took place not during those long sunlight hours, but as the sun began to set and the longest day ceased at about 9:30 p.m. But the town of Sonder felt more melancholy than usual, especially for the festivities that were going on. The scream singers had started their wails again about 3 weeks prior, getting louder and louder each passing night. Sure enough, about an hour after the festival began, you could faintly hear the noises again, piercing through the sweeter melodies of the festival and the chatter of the crowds. People tried to ignore it and continue the celebrations, but every time the wind blew in just a particular way to make the noises more prominent, you could see the look on everyone's faces, the unspoken, silent fear washing through the crowds like a wave. My mom's pub, really, our family pub, was right at the festival. As such, the doors were wide open, and people kept coming in and out. It was always one of the busiest nights of the year. Me and Jacob were sat drinking red wine. He was 17 and had a proper glass, but I still had half lemonade in mine. It was the only night of the year I was allowed to drink alcohol. The festival was still going strong when Jacob had the idea to go a little out of town and get a better listen to the scream singers. I was hesitant, but I was always up for an adventure. So, half reluctantly, I agreed. We got a few streets away before the howling became louder than the music. We were stood in the perfect mix of unknown to one side and enjoyment to the other. We should not have kept going. But we did. We reached the final building before the cobbled streets turned to grass and mud, and didn't stop there. Without saying a word to each other, it was like we knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to be the first people to have seen the scream singers, the first to understand them. We didn't know that only one of us would catch a glimpse. High Hill was steep, but not too steep. You didn't need your hands to climb it. It just took a lot of energy. Every now and then, we looked back at Sonder. You would almost think it was a ghost town from how dark it looked, if not for the bright festival right in the center, the only clue of any life all packed together. The sounds of cheering, singing, and music echoed up the hill. All the while, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed down. A battle between good and evil, not seen, but only heard. As we reached the dark woods, we looked at each other. It felt like we hadn't spoken in ages, so I broke that. "We're really doing this?" Jacob nodded. I knew he would. I just needed to say something. Hearing nothing but ghastly screeches was driving me insane. We wandered around in there for what seemed like forever, though it was closer to maybe 5 minutes. Every slight crunch made me flinch and turn around. There was never anything there, but the haunting screams which were all around us. We reached a clearing, and the sounds of the scream singers seemed louder than ever. In the center of the clearing was a rock, about as tall as me, and a little wider. Jacob held me, as he could clearly tell I was scared. "It's all right. It's just sounds. There's nothing to be afraid of. Maybe we should head back." His words didn't comfort me. They only told me one thing. He couldn't see what I could see. Stood on the rock is something I will never get out of my mind. A tall, gray figure, about twice as tall as any human I'd ever seen. It had 2 arms, but only one hand. The hand it had looked what I can only describe as twisted. Its fingers weaved together in a way that didn't make sense, and certainly wasn't natural. The shape of it was overall humanoid, but the proportions were all wrong. It had no eyes, at least none at first. I was terrified looking at this thing, but the moment my heart truly dropped was when eyes appeared. They slowly came out of its skin. There was no evidence that this creature should even have eyes. There were no holes for them. But as its face opened, in a mesmerizingly disturbing way, I saw 2 eyes slowly come forward. The face closed again, with the eyes looking right at us. There were only 2 eyes. I counted them. 1, 2. Its face opened up again as it let out a horrific scream. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have before in my life, only occasionally looking behind me to make sure Jacob was running with me. He was, but he wasn't running from the scream singer. He was only running to catch up with me. He had no idea why I was so scared at that moment. We ran all the way down High Hill, nearly tripping over. Running down a steep hill is difficult at the best of times. As we got back onto the cobbled streets, I turned around and looked up at the woods. No sign of anything chasing us, but the screams were still so loud even down here. By this point, Jacob had caught up and was right beside me. He kept asking why I was running, but I was too shocked to answer him yet. We ran another street, and he reached out to hold me. I stopped running and let him hug me. He told me that whatever I saw, it was going to be okay, and that we were safe. I closed my eyes with tears streaming down my face. I opened my mouth and began to explain what I saw, getting words out between choking on my tears. "It was this gray thing on the rock. You could see the rock, right? Well, on top. I realized the howling had stopped. I opened my eyes. Jacob wasn't there. I was standing in the middle of the street with my arms out, hugging nobody. I looked to my right and could see the festival. I felt empty and confused. I walked through the crowd, tears still streaming down my face. I found my mother at the bar and she asked me where I had been and if I knew where Jacob was. I told her everything and she closed up for the night. We both knew that the scream singers had claimed their next victim. She wasn't angry at me for going to the woods. She held me tight, and neither of us spoke a word. We just wept and wept until we were too tired and empty to weep anymore. The next day was Friday. I got out of bed in the morning, after absolutely no sleep. My mom was downstairs packing boxes. She told me we were leaving that same day. Within an hour, we were in her car, driving away from home. We passed Uncle Pete's Pizza. I realized that this was the first Friday in my life that we weren't eating from there. As we drove further away from the sea, and I saw outside of that small town for the first time, I already knew that leaving our life behind would not fix anything. Sonder is still out there. I hope somebody can find it. The title of this next story is I Had to Kill My Wife. My wife and I have been married for roughly 32 years. We met at 18 and have been inseparable. We have never fought, never argued, and there have never been any bad times. Honestly, it sounds like a dream, and I have been living it. The love I have for her is unlike anything I have ever known in my life. We each have our boundaries, for every couple. She doesn't go into my workshop. I don't go into her sewing room. Or she doesn't come in while I'm changing, and I don't go in while she bathes. Well, you get the picture. We have never questioned nor tried to push each other's boundaries. We constantly praise each other. The communication is fantastic, and we are able to take constructive criticisms. It's literally like a dream. But there's this old saying, if it seems too good to be true, that's because it is. And I got hit hard with that today. My entire world crashed down in front of me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Let me set the scene for you. We woke up at 5:30, like any other day, cuddled for 30 minutes, and started our morning get ready together routine. Brushed our teeth, went downstairs for breakfast and coffee, went to the cars, kissed each other bye, and we went our separate ways. I completed the project I had been working on earlier than expected, leaving me about 3 extra hours left in my normal work schedule. It couldn't have worked out better for anything in my life. Today was our 32nd anniversary, so I decided to take those hours and plan a celebration. I'll admit it, I'm a hopeless romantic, and she adores it. I went to the flower shop and bought a bouquet for 32 roses. Then I made a trip to the bakery where I picked up 32 red velvet cupcakes, and then went to the store and bought 32 strawberries, 2 steaks, a sack of white potatoes, fresh squash, and some of that dipping chocolate. I also made a stop by the jewelry section and picked out a rose gold necklace that had 2 hearts connected, and engraved on them was forever. One more stop to the liquor store, and I walked out with some pink champagne. Once I had that, I made my way to the house and began to prepare dinner. I set a plate on each end of the table with 2 candles in between and a dozen roses next to her plate. I went to the kitchen and sat the cupcakes in the middle of the island and placed a chocolate-covered strawberry on top of each one, and then sat the necklace box in the middle and sat another dozen roses behind them. I made my way to the bedroom and started setting up a bath for her. Candles, essential oils of lavender and rosemary, and sat the last 8 roses on the edge of the tub. I had to cut the stems shorter for this. Again, I'm hopeless. As I made my way off the last step, I met her at the door. I hugged her and began to proceed as we normally would. I took her coat and put her shoes away as she told me about how much she missed me. I carefully pulled the handkerchief out of my pocket and slipped it over her eyes. She giggled that sweet small giggle I love so much and asked what I was doing, and I simply said it was a surprise. I guided her to the kitchen and pulled the handkerchief away. The feeling I got when I watched her eyes light up and shine was fulfilling and exactly what I wanted to see. She squealed and jumped into my arms, telling me how much she loved and appreciated me. Once she let me go, I pulled the box off the cupcakes and handed it to her. She opened it, and I saw tears form in her eyes. She told me how beautiful it was as I placed it around her neck, a perfect fit. I then took her hand in mine and walked her into the dining room where dinner was ready. She gasped and covered her mouth as if it was her first time witnessing something so beautiful. She looked at me with the happiest expression, and I placed my forehead on hers and said, "Happy anniversary, my love." Dinner went by pretty quickly as we were both famished. Once we were done, I told her to leave it for me to clean up, and I led her to the bathroom. Once she opened the door, another gasp left her as she took in the scene. She once again threw her arms around me and told me how much she loved everything I did for her. I told her I was going to go clean up while she enjoyed her bath and would bring cupcakes up in about an hour. That way, she could have plenty of time to relax. This is when things took a turn. Once I left the room, I forgot to grab a dishcloth out of our closet. So, I turned around and went to go back in. I pecked on the door and got no reply. So, I assumed she had gone into the bathroom. So I cracked the door to check, just to be sure, and I peeked my head into the room. The bathroom door is directly across from the bedroom door. What I saw terrified me. My wife had left the door open. I watched as she grabbed the skin on the back of her head and pulled it away from her skull. I watched in horror as she pulled the skin away from her body and stepped out of it like a suit. Her muscle and bone laid bare in front of me. I could see the blood drip from her body and hear the squish of muscles. I watched as she carefully laid the suit over the toilet and stepped into the tub. A heavy sigh of relief left her mouth as she fully sank into the tub. The water began to take the shade of blood and began to steam wildly. I watched as the muscles began to contract all over her skull and arms as new skin began to grow in its place. I gently closed the door, not wanting to see more, and made my way downstairs. I already knew what was going to happen to the old skin. My mind went on autopilot as I began to clean up my mess from dinner. After cleaning the kitchen, I grabbed the cupcakes, 2 glasses of milk, my pistol, and with a heavy heart, I headed up the stairs. You see, my project is I hunt the Skelties. The Skelties are humanoid beings that eat children. They can eat our food, but cannot survive off it. We haven't figured out why only children, but we assume it's because they are easy targets. They are able to shed and regrow skin at any point, but must shed at least once a day. The skin is then consumed, which makes them damn near impossible to find if you don't know what you're looking for. They are a very happy-go-lucky race, but are brutal in the way they feed. They first rip the appendages from the body, then they rip the head from the body, and then drain the blood. Their jaws stretched open, and they swallow the rest of it whole. The rest of the body parts are stored for later, if they are unsuccessful in their next hunt. They usually stay in the woods or around rivers. They will not resort to violence with adults, which is how they die. 5 bullets to the head and 1 to the heart usually does the trick. Making my way up the stairs, everything started to make sense. She worked at an orphanage where a child would go missing every 2 to 3 weeks. She never let me see her in the bathroom at night when she bathed. How nice and non-confrontational she is, and how she has not seemed to age a single day in the last 32 years. My footsteps got heavier as I came closer to the door of our room. I stopped and knocked on the door. It's now or never. As she opened the door, she met the barrel of my gun, and she was no more. With every bullet that flew, I felt my heart shatter. I saw her body fall to the floor and watched the blood pooled around her. I looked next to her where a pill bottle fell from her hands. Tears ran down my face as I bent down to grab the bottle. I looked at it, and the name of the medication was Lybalvi, and it was prescribed to me. She was going to try and drug me. Too bad, I found her out first. The title of this next story is Cordyceps. By now, you've probably heard of the popular TV show that portrays the cordyceps fungus infecting humans and turning them into zombie-like creatures. But let me tell you, the real-life scenario is much more terrifying. I work in a lab that specializes in plant and fungi experimentation. Our primary focus is on developing new drugs for the pharmaceutical industry, including everything from anti-aging remedies to creating the next blue pill. However, we also received significant funding from the Defense Department, and the research requirements are much more sinister. How are the new test subjects doing? Steven, our lab supervisor, asked as he approached me carrying a clipboard. He gestured towards the 8 test rooms in front of us. Number 4 looks promising, and I think 6 and 7 are starting to show signs, I said, looking up from my workstation. Inside the 8 test rooms were 5 men and 2 women, 1 in each room, plus a single empty room. It was left empty after a rogue chimpanzee from the earlier phase experiments had managed to escape its cage and break the pass-through window, which is used to transfer materials and instruments between sterile and non-sterile rooms. Steven nodded, a look of excitement on his face. Excellent. We're getting closer. In the cages, test subject 1, 2, 3, and 5 appeared to be behaving somewhat normally, pacing their small 8x8 cage or talking to themselves. However, test subject 4 had remained motionless now for about 2 hours, lying on his side with his back to us, with his chest rises and falls his only movement. Meanwhile, test subject 6 and 7 had recently become lethargic, barely responding to the electric shocks administered to their enclosure. All of the test subjects had been exposed to a variety of chemically altered cordyceps fungus. Typically, cordyceps cannot infect humans due to our higher internal temperatures, among other factors. However, by modifying the fungus's genetic makeup, we were close to changing that. Let's keep a close eye on those 3. Report back to me if there are any updates. Will do, I replied. With that, Steven left the room, and I returned to monitoring the test subjects' vitals on the screens. Interestingly, subjects 4, 6, and 7 had significantly elevated heart rates, almost 50% higher than the others. Additionally, their endorphin levels, the body's natural painkillers, were unusually high, indicating that they were experiencing intense pain, despite showing none of the typical outward signs. What do you make of this? I asked my lab partner, Mike, while pointing to the screen with my pen. He looked over the vitals on my screen. It looks like they are in intense pain. Those sorts of levels would be what I would expect to see if someone were on fire, he said dryly. Yes, that's what it looks like to me as well, I replied. Our test subjects were some of the worst criminals our government had locked up. The advantage of working for the Defense Department, especially where we require human subjects, was there was no shortage of forgotten criminals, terrorists, murderers, and other violent offenders. These individuals were typically housed in maximum security prisons and were serving lengthy sentences, often for life. While the use of human subjects in scientific experiment is controversial and subject to strict ethical guidelines, the Defense Department saw the need to conduct these tests outside the normal guidelines. Therefore, the rules no longer applied, and we had the green light to do whatever we needed to do to get the result. Let's do a blood test and see if the troponin levels have increased on subject 4, 6, and 7, I said to Mike. Mike nodded and left his seat to get dressed in his hazmat suit. With the heart rate and endorphin levels so extremely elevated, I thought it could be possible that the cordyceps is already spreading throughout the test subjects, paralyzing them while simultaneously causing immense pain. If my theory was right, then not only will we have successfully managed to infect the first ever human with cordyceps, but it would have taken effect within 3 hours of exposure. Cordyceps is a type of parasitic fungus that primarily infects ants, as well as other insects, such as beetles and caterpillars. The infection process begins when a spore of the cordyceps fungus lands on the exoskeleton of an ant. Once the spore is attached to the ant, it begins to grow long, branching filaments that penetrate the ant's exoskeleton and start to invade its body. As the fungus grows, it releases chemicals that alter the ant's behavior, causing it to become disoriented and leave its colony. The fungus continues to grow inside the ant's body, eventually replacing its organs and tissues with a mass of fungal cells. We are not stupid. We know exactly why the Defense Department would want to, essentially, weaponize this. We do this because we are scientists, and pushing the boundaries of human knowledge in further understanding the world around us is fundamental to our role. Now fully suited up, Mike entered the first test subject's room, number 4, and activated the cage squeeze function. The cage started to close in on the test subject, squeezing in from front and back. This process meant Mike could get up and close to the test subject without risk to himself. But just as the cage closed in tight, locking the subject in place, his skin burst from multiple areas, and sharp, dagger-like spores fired out in all directions. Panicking, Mike turned and ran for the door he just came through. I reached for the emergency lockdown button to prevent him from leaving and hit it a second too late. Mike ran out into the connecting corridor, screaming in pain. Some of the spores had penetrated his suit and were now drilling their way into his body. As Mike screamed and clawed at the holes, ripping his hazmat suit while trying to grab them out. I activated the alarms and locked down my door as Mike thrashed about in the corridor. A few minutes later, I heard security come running down the hall and yell at Mike to get down. But he was in too much pain to respond. The security guards continued to yell at Mike, tasers drawn, when Mike suddenly started running at them. Without flinching, both security guards tasered Mike, dropping him onto the floor. They then slowly approached him to restrain him, when suddenly, Mike's body tore open and fired out more dagger-like spores. "Impossible!" I yelled at the camera as I watched both guards get hit by the spores. The cordyceps had multiplied and spread within minutes. The guards, now themselves in agonizing pain, ran back through the doors that they came from and into one of the main lab halls where more than a dozen researchers were working. Watching through the cameras, I saw the researchers panicking and trying to escape via the now locked doors as the two security guards thrashed around. Then, just like Mike, the security guard's skin split open, firing multiple spores around the room. Most of the researchers had now been infected, and those that avoided being struck by the spores weren't so lucky a few minutes later, as more spores went flying around the room. Soon, every researcher was infected, screaming and writhing in agony. I stayed in my locked room for hours, watching as the infected slowly stopped moving. One by one, they collapsed to the floor or on the tabletops, and I watched in horrified amazement as fungal growths started to sprout from the holes in their skin. I eventually put on a hazard suit, unlocked the door, and left the office, slowly walking toward Mike's still body. By now, he was covered in fungal stalks and mushroom like growths, and one had even grown right through his eye socket, popping his eyeball out to the side. But that wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was his other eye, which was fixated on me, had an expression of sheer terror and agony. He was alive, paralyzed, and appeared to be feeling every horrifying moment as the cordyceps slowly dissolved his internal organs and replaced them with fungal growths. "I'm sorry, Mike," I whispered, genuinely upset at his predicament. Mike was a good guy, but I knew I couldn't help him. The cordyceps was devouring his internal organs as he lay there. So, I did what any good scientist would do. I carefully took a sample of the growth from his eye socket and a blood sample. I then carefully attached the mobile heart rate monitor to his arm through one of the ripped holes Mike had made earlier, and then slowly backed away into the secure room, locked the doors, and awaited my rescue. The data I could get from Mike would no doubt prove invaluable for our next attempt. So here I wait. It has taken longer than I thought to be rescued. It has now been about 60 hours since Mike got infected. The bodies are now unrecognizable lumps of fungal growths, and Mike's heart finally stopped registering a pulse around 15 hours ago, which means he was alive for 2 whole days after the infection. He did have multiple heart attacks during that time, no doubt from the pain of different organs turning to slush, but somehow he was kept alive. I have tried the internal lines multiple times, but no one is answering. It's probably a security protocol I am unaware of, and I can't see the cameras outside this part of the facility, but I am sure they are just taking extreme precautions. After all, the last thing anyone would want is for this to escape the lab. But I'm sure everything is fine. At least, I hope it is. The title of this next story is "My Friend Convinced Me to Use a Ouija Board. I Never Should Have Listened." "Can you toss me another beer?" I implored as Sam reached for the cooler. "Gotcha, bro," he affirmed, lobbing an ice cold Coors at my direction. I cracked it open and took a swig. Guns N' Roses blared through my cheap speaker, drowning the silence in a steady onslaught of 80s rock. "This is the life, man," Sam proclaimed, bobbing his head in tune with the music. "Is it though? Is it really? We've been out of high school for 4 years now. We have shitty dead-end jobs, no college degree, and the only socializing we do is with each other," I ranted, coming off a little more hostile than intended. "Beats drinking alone." "Yeah, you have a point. But don't you ever get tired of just sitting here, listening to the same old songs every weekend? When was the last time we actually got out and did something? I mean, we went and picked up pizza last week. That counts, right?" Sam quipped, clearly amused with himself. "No, that doesn't fucking count, dude. I want to do something exciting, you know? Something that really gets the blood flowing," I asserted, pumping a fist in the air to drive home my point. "Honestly, I thought this conversation would come up again, so I came prepared this time." Sam grinned, dragging his backpack onto his lap. He produced a sleek wooden board from his bag. I immediately recognized it. A Ouija board. No, we're not screwing around with a Ouija board. Nothing good ever comes from that shit." "Sounds like someone's a bitch," Sam taunted, crushing an empty beer can and chucking it at my head. "No, I just don't want some creepy fucking demon thing following me around for the rest of my life." "Well, suit yourself, but if you're not gonna join me, I'll just use it alone." I sighed. I knew that tone. When Sam set his mind on something, he was going to follow through with it, whether I was going along for the ride or not. And if I wasn't, I'd end up looking like the bad guy. Fine, 5 minutes. That's it. Woo! I knew you'd come around. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Okay, here's the rules. Sam stated, matter of factly. Don't take your hand off the planchette for any reason. Don't ask super personal questions. And never, I repeat, never end the game without saying goodbye. Got it? Yeah, I got it. I confirmed, glancing anxiously at the candles haphazardly scattered around my basement. Put your hand on the planchette, alright? Now what? Do we just start asking questions? Yeah, I guess. Sam shrugged. Are there any ghosts here? I sheepishly called out. The planchette remained motionless. Are there any spirits here with us tonight? Sam probed to no avail. It's not working, man. I told you this was a dumb idea. I chastised, earning me a disapproving scowl. Hold on. I've got something we can try. Sam reached into his back pocket with his free hand and pulled out a small book. I didn't recognize the language printed on the cover. What is that? Don't tell me it's another one of your little creepy cult idols or something. 1. Those aren't cult idols. They're talismans to ward off evil spirits. And 2. This is a spell book of sorts. It's supposed to attract entities. Come on, dude. A spell book? We're definitely getting possessed. We aren't getting possessed. Let me just read a few incantations. And if nothing happens, we can stop playing. Deal? Fine. But I swear if some dark force starts haunting me, I'm going to fucking kill you. I threatened, swiping my index finger across my throat. Yeah, fine. Whatever. He murmured as he thumbed through the pages. Sam finally paused when he reached the page he was searching for. His eyes connected with mine, and a glimmer of excitement flashed through them as he began to read. Sam rattled off several pages of unintelligible jargon before placing the book on the ground beside him. All right, let's try it again. He motioned as a wide smile inched across his face. Okay, is there anyone here with us? I inquired meekly, silently praying we wouldn't receive a response. This time, the planchette leaped into motion, flying across the board and stationing itself atop a word. Yes. My head began to swim, and my vision grew blurry. This couldn't be real. Sam had to be moving the planchette, right? Sam, this isn't funny. I know you moved it. I accused, sweat forming at the top of my brow. I promise I didn't. My incantation must have worked. Ask it something else. Sam eagerly demanded. What's your name? The planchette again began to glide around the board until it formed the name. Paimon. I could have sworn the air grew colder as a chill wormed its way up my spine. The candles flickered and a deep sense of unease settled in my gut. Sam resumed questioning it. How old are you? Don't know. When did you die? Didn't. Were you human? No. Are you a demon? Yes. I wanted so bad for the game to end. My brain was caught up in a vicious match of tug-of-war. My morbid curiosity hungered to know more about the entity, while fear begged me to put an end to the madness. Ultimately, my nerves won out. Sam, I don't want to play anymore. You got what you wanted. Ugh, you're such a baby. 1 or 2 more questions, then we can stop. 1 more question, then I'm done. Okay, 1 more. What do you want with us? The planchette crept across the board, nauseatingly slowly. Souls. A shiver rippled through my entire body. Nope, that's it. We're done. I insisted, shoving the planchette over the goodbye to end the game. It felt as if a veil was lifted as the tension in the surrounding atmosphere dissipated. I turned to Sam. All the color had drained from his face, and he stared at me wide-eyed. I could tell he didn't expect things to escalate like that. We are never touching this again, he squeaked. Agreed. Sam left soon after, and I hit the hay the second he slipped out the door. Our encounter with the occult had left me mentally exhausted. Sleep had no trouble finding me, and I snoozed soundly until I awoke with a start in the middle of the night. I bolted upright in bed, body drenched in a cold sweat. My eyes darted around the pitch black room. It was too dark to see. I still have a tough time trying to describe the feeling, but it was like I could just sense a presence. I fumbled blindly for my bedside lamp switch. I fully expected the strange sensation to fade as dim yellow light bathed the room in a soft glow. But it didn't. I whipped my head to the right. I let out a deafening, soul-shattering scream as fear flooded through me. Just outside the perimeter of light stood a man. His clothing was well tailored but looked far outdated. He wore a faded brown jacket, a gold pocket watch dangling from within. His legs were adorned with matching slacks and his feet donned sleek black dress shoes. A light tweed flat cap shielded his eyes. The man didn't so much as flinch at my sudden outburst. Who the hell are you? Get out of my fucking house! I timidly shrieked, brandishing an empty beer bottle as a makeshift weapon. The man remained silent, and then he looked up at me, revealing his face. Despite how well dressed he was, the man's face was completely butchered. The left side was engulfed in a dark purple bruise. A nasty gash appeared to have eviscerated his left eye. Deep lacerations enveloped his entire face. The right corner of his mouth was slit, revealing shattered, broken teeth. He glowered at me menacingly. I'd never witnessed such an expression of pure loathing hatred. I froze. I suddenly wished I was invisible. That horrid glare was enough to send the Incredible Hulk running for the hills. The man began to take a step toward me. That was enough to release me from my stupor. I scooped up my phone and darted out of my house, slamming the door behind me. I instantly called the cops, and they said they'd send a squad car out immediately. It was only then that I realized I was standing out on my front lawn in nothing but my tidy-whities. After 10 agonizing minutes of freezing in the November cold, the cops finally arrived. They did a quick sweep of the property and returned, empty-handed. "Son, are you certain you saw someone in your home?" A beefy cop asked me, suspicion seeping into his words. "Yes, I'm sure. He was standing over my damn bed, for fuck's sake." "Sir, we need you to calm down. Now, have you taken drugs recently? How about alcohol?" his Twiggy partner questioned. "No, I haven't done any drugs lately," I seethed, purposely failing to mention the 7 beers I downed a few hours prior. "Look, just let me show you where he was. Maybe you can pull up some fingerprints or something." The pair shot each other an annoyed glance before frustratedly followed me inside. I led them to my room, and when I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks, causing the skinny officer to bump into me. "All right, let's keep it moving," he uttered. I pointed a shaking finger at the man who was standing stock still in the corner of my room. His hateful expression hadn't faltered, instantly sending waves of fear pulsating through my body. "He's right there! Don't you see him?" I shouted, bewildered at the officer's lack of emotion. "Son, if this is some kind of a prank, we'll have you detained for falsifying a police report," the muscular officer snapped, clearly nettled by my revelation. "No, this isn't a prank, I swear. There's a man standing right there," I reiterated, jabbing a finger toward my unwelcome guest. "Okay, we're going to be leaving now. We'll let you off with a warning this time, but if you prank call us again, we will have you arrested," his partner promised. They turned and marched to the door, leaving me standing in the doorway to my room, bemused and slack-jawed at their accusation. "Fucking tweaker, man," one of them muttered as they slammed the door so hard that it rattled my framed photographs hanging on the wall. All the while, the man hadn't moved a muscle. I could feel his spiteful gaze burning a hole in my chest. "Okay, fuck this. I gotta get out of here," I whispered under my breath. I methodically picked up my discarded clothes from the day before, never taking my eyes off the man for a second. I didn't want to risk him lunging toward me if I let my guard down. I began to slip on my shoes when his face suddenly contorted into a demented smile. That evil, sadistic grin still runs rampant through my nightmares. His ruined face lit up like someone had just told him the funniest knock-knock joke in the world and he started laughing. His dry cackling grew louder and louder, crescendoing in a deafening roar of twisted amusement. I snatched my keys from the nightstand and sprinted out of my house faster than an Olympic athlete. I tossed my clothes in the passenger seat, not bothering to put them on, as I peeled out of my driveway. I flew down desolate streets, checking my rearview mirror every half second until I reached the Walmart parking lot. Hey, don't judge. I was terrified and had nowhere else to go. I reconciled on sleeping there for the night in lieu of the town's dank motel. I spent hours attempting to quell the fear and anxiety surging through my veins, and somehow I managed to drift into a fitful slumber. I was woken abruptly by a knock on my window. I winced as sunlight flooded into my sleep-addled eyes, temporarily blinding me. I instinctively rolled down the window and was met with a disheveled man wearing dirty, tattered clothing, sporting an impressively long, grizzly gray beard. "Spare some change?" he rasped, extending a meaty palm. "Dude, I'm sleeping in a Walmart parking lot in my fucking boxers. Do I look like I have any extra money lying around?" Didn't have to be so rude about it. I felt a twinge of guilt for snapping at him as he trundled away. That tiny bit of remorse was quickly substituted for full-blown panic when I saw her. About 50 yards away stood a woman. She was drenched head to toe in blood, and her appendages were bent at weird angles. Her arms were twisted outward and extended forward like she was ready to embrace me in a mortifying hug. Her knees buckled inward, barely supporting her emaciated body. And that face. Her features were mangled and distorted. Her nose had been pulverized into a fleshy stump, and her face was caved in, lower jaw hanging on by a thread. Through all the blood and viscera, she bore that same loathing expression as the man from my room, one that chilled me to my core and left me rooted to my seat. I watched helplessly as she began to awkwardly shuffle toward my vehicle. She was a mere feet away from me when I finally regained mobility, and I didn't stick around to find out what she wanted. I slammed the car into drive and floored it out of there. I continued driving in a daze. Thankfully, the streets were far more populated than the night before, granting me a sliver of solace. I knew I had to get to the bottom of this. I called Sam. He picked up on my third try. "Sam, what the fuck did you get us into? I'm seeing freaking dead people everywhere. What kind of curse did you put on us?" I furiously screamed, a cocktail of emotions overwhelming me. "Listen, man, I know you're pissed and probably scared as shit. Just meet me at my house and I'll explain everything." It sounded like he hadn't slept all night. "You've got a lot of explaining to do," I raged, hanging up on him. I headed to Sam's place, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I noticed at least half a dozen mutilated corpses interspersed on the side of the road along the way. Their dark, lifeless eyes only intensified the impending sense of doom that had flooded over me. Car crash victims, I quickly realized. I had no idea my town had so many. After 10 excruciating minutes, I finally arrived at Sam's house. I stormed up to his doorstep and hammered on his front door. "Sam, let me in, you dumbass!" I cried into the cream-colored wood. "Just a second." He fiddled with the lock and cracked open the door. I shoved my way past him and burst into his living room. "I don't know what the fuck you did, but you better fix it." The words caught my throat when I spun around to face him. "Whoa, dude, you look like shit," I muttered ruefully. Sam had clearly been struggling with a recent malediction. His hair was a tangled and kempt rat's nest of greasy brown locks. His eyes were bloodshot, like he hadn't slept in some time, donning deep purple bags underneath. Sullen defeat was written across his countenance. "Yeah, I know I look like I just crawled out of a sewer drain, but that's not the point." "Oh yeah? Well, what's the point if you'd be so kind as to fill me in?" I fumed, roiled at his lack of explanation. "You remember that spell book I used?" I frowned. "Yeah, what about it?" "Well, it turns out one of those incantations I recited may have caused us to be able to see dead people." "I told you it was a bad idea," I hissed, glaring at him intensely. I know, I've been up all night trying to figure out a way to reverse it. Obviously, I haven't had any luck. It shouldn't be too hard. Let's just look up how to undo the effects in that creepy ass book of yours. Yeah, well, here's the thing about that book. I got it from some old hippie lady, and, she said it's one of a kind, and what? I'm listening. What he said next filled my soul with dread. And I thought it would break the spell, so I burned it.